Instructions. You are going to hear a number of different recordings, and you will have to answer questions on what you hear. There will be time for you to read the instructions and questions, and you will have a chance to check your work. All the recordings will be played once only. The test is in 4 sections. At the end of the real test, you will be given 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the answer sheet. Now, turn to section 1. Section 1. You will hear a conversation about transport information, about London Heathrow Airport. First, you have some time to look at questions 1 to 4. You will see there is an example that has been done for you. On this occasion only, the conversation relating to this will be played first. Hello, how are things going?
Not bad, but
What's the trouble?
I'm worried about my trip.
Yeah, I remember you will go to Cambridge next week, is that right?
Yes, but I'm not sure about the choice of transportation when I get off the flight.
Don't you remember I'm from London?
Oh, right. Could you give me some suggestions?
Of course. The information the girl wants to know is transportation at London Airport. So, transportation has been chosen in the space. Now we shall begin. You should answer the questions as you listen, because you will not hear the recording a second time. Listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 4. Hello, how are things going?
Not bad, but
What's the trouble?
I'm worried about my trip.
Yeah, I remember you will go to Cambridge next week. Is that right?
Yes, but I'm not sure about the choice of transportation when I get off the flight.
Don't you remember that I'm from London?
Oh, right. Could you give me some suggestions?
Of course.
I will arrive at London Heathrow Airport and then go to Cambridge.
How about taking a taxi? It is the quickest and most comfortable way.
Sure, I know, but it's too expensive.
Right.
What do you think of the underground?
Darling, there is no underground to your destination from London, okay?
Okay.
Why don't you rent a private car?
You mean hire a car at the airport?
Yes.
Is it very expensive?
The cost depends on the type of car.
Maybe it's a good choice. Oh, do I need my driving licence?
Of course. Don't you have a licence?
I lost my driving licence the day before yesterday.
I am so sorry.
And I do not really want to drive myself after a long flight.
Well, how about taking a coach from the airport?
A coach?
Yes.
Do you know how much that costs?
Usually the minimum fare is about £14.
Single or return?
Of course, it is a one-way ticket.
And that's quite cheap.
Yes.
How about the number of passengers in the coach?
Let me see. It is around 20 to 30.
How long would it take to get to Cambridge by coach?
I think it's about 3 hours.
Really? That's too slow. Why does it need such a long time?
Because it has many stops during the route.
Oh, no.
And the last choice is the airport shuttle.
Yes, tell me some more information about it.
Now, look at questions 5 to 10. Now listen carefully and answer questions 5 to 10. I'm not very sure about it. It is better for you to get the information from airport clerks.
Sure. Do you know the telephone number?
Let me check. I think I saved it to my mobile phone. Yes, here it is.
OK, I'll call it now.
Hello?
Good morning. This is the Transport Information at London Heathrow Airport. How can I help you?
Good morning. I'd like to reserve a seat on the airport shuttle.
OK, I just have to fill out this form for you. What's your name?
My name is Echo Gray.
And your age?
I'm 21 years old.
What is your nationality?
I come from New York.
OK, American.
Yes.
And your flight number?
It's BA188.
What date will you arrive?
26th of August.
Do you know the arrival time?
You mean at Heathrow Airport?
Yes.
It is 3:05 in the afternoon.
Sure. Which terminal?
It is... let me think.
Is it Terminal 5?
Oh, yes.
So that's the Heathrow Airport to Cambridge on the 26th of August.
Yes.
Single ticket or return?
Just single. Does that have some discount? I mean, some special tickets?
There will be a Super Save ticket after 4 o'clock in the afternoon on the 26th of August.
That's great. So what's the departure time?
16:10.
That will give me plenty of time to collect my baggage.
Sure.
How much is the fare?
A single ticket of Super Save is £18 and includes coffee.
That sounds good. Oh, how long will it take to get to Cambridge?
Up to 2 hours.
Great.
The last thing, how will you pay your shuttle fare?
Do you accept American Express?
Of course. Please tell me your number.
It is 3339 5183 7799 6047.
OK. Thank you for choosing Heathrow Airport Shuttle. You can get your shuttle ticket from our reception when you arrive at Heathrow.
Thanks for your help.
You are welcome. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
This is the end of section 1. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now, turn to section 2. Section 2. You will hear a conversation about health centres. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 20. Now, listen carefully and answer questions 11 to 20.
Good morning.
Good morning. Come in, please. How can I help you?
I want to know some information about your health centre.
Yes, sit down, please. There are 2 health centres. One is East Centre and the other is West Centre.
Where are they located?
East Centre is about 10 minutes to City Hall, very close, and West Centre is out of town.
How about the appointment system of the 2 health centres?
Well, we have a proper appointment system, but because East Centre has many patients, I have to say its appointment system is not bad.
How about the West Centre?
It is more efficient than the East Centre, just 48 hours drive in advance.
Fine. How about their facilities?
What do you mean?
How about the difference of medical facilities between the two centres?
The East Centre has modern facilities, especially for some patients who need an operation.
Yes. How about the facilities at the West Centre?
It also has a standard facilities, but it's not better than the East Centre.
Yes. I'd like to know some information about the doctors in both the health centres.
There are about 12 doctors at East Centre.
I heard somebody say there is a really nice doctor who is good with children.
Yes, he is Dr. Sam.
I'm worried about my son's leg.
How old is your son?
7 years old.
Oh, I think the West Centre is a good choice for you.
What do you mean?
There are 8 doctors at the West Centre. Dr. Jerry is one of the most famous doctors in both health centres.
Yes, it is said that Dr. Jerry is very good with leg trouble.
Yes, I will think about it. If you want a doctor to visit you at home, you can reserve a home visit.
Really?
Yes, but we have a fixed home visit time.
Could you tell me the time arrangements?
Consulting hour for doctors at the East Centre is from 9 o'clock in the morning to 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
And the West Centre?
The time is from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m.
How about emergencies?
If it is an emergency, you can phone at any time, night or day. It might not be your doctor that comes through, though.
Yes. How about the charge?
You mean in an emergency?
Yes.
If you are a member, we will charge you £8 at the East Centre.
Is it the same fee with the West Centre?
No, because of the distance, the charge will be £9.50.
Sure. How about medication?
When the doctor sees you, you will get a prescription. You can take the medication you need at our health centre or go to a drugstore.
Sure.
If it's for a child under the age of 10, you don't have to pay for medication.
Really? That sounds good.
The same thing applies if you are a patient who is retired or pregnant.
Right. May I apply for your health centre's membership now?
Of course, you should fill in the form first.
Fine.
This is the end of section 2. You now have half a minute to check your answers.
This is easy.
Now, turn to section 3. Section 3. You will hear a lecture about student orientation. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 24. Now, listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 24.
Welcome to the University of Newcastle. I'm Caitlin. Now let's welcome Mr. Sutton to give us an introduction of orientation schedule.
Thanks, Caitlin. Well, welcome to our university. There are 3 parts of the orientation during the next week. The first part is the campus tour. We will organize an orientation tour around the campus. Now, please look at the schedule. On next Monday, we will begin our tour with an introduction to the Student Union. So, please gather at the door of the Student Union at 9 o'clock. After visiting the building first, we will help all students to apply for the Student Union card. So please take one passport photo when you attend the orientation. Usually there are some departments such as a travel agency, insurance, and so on. You can enjoy your lunch in campus, perhaps at the canteen. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we will all visit the library. A lecturer at the library will give you an introduction. How to apply for a library card, how to borrow reference books, and how to use the facilities in the library. As you know, you will spend lots of time in the library for your future studies, so the introduction is very important for you. On Tuesday, we will visit the computer center. All students can get a username and a passport. You can also register your laptop in the center if you have it. There are some rules of the computer center, especially regarding the use of the printer and the photocopier. After lunch, the next station is the sports center. I am sure you will all be very excited about our facilities. There are also many different societies. You can join in any of them according to your interests and apply for a membership. Now look at questions 25 to 30. Now listen carefully and answer the questions 25 to 30. The second part of orientation is course arrangements. You should gather in the auditorium of the West Campus in the morning of Wednesday. The course coordinator or office staff of your facility will introduce you to the course requirements. First, you will get some information and requirements about compulsory courses, and then optional courses. The faculty often gives students some handouts of course introduction and the different assessments of each subject. Students usually get 1 or 2 days to make a decision of optional courses. Of course, I know nearly all students will focus on the assessment. As usual, we have 4 assessments. Attendance is still the first one. We expect at least 80% attendance and students cannot choose the time. And then all students have to write an assignment such as an essay. Your personal tutor will give you help for the topic choice, structure, data collecting, and time arrangement, so don't be worried. As a student of the business faculty, all students have to do a presentation, especially group presentations, in which you can train and improve the team spirit. The last assessment is the exam. I know you will all hate it, but you have to attend some exams. Most exams are open book. Isn't it a busy day on Wednesday? You will have a free morning on Tuesday. We hope all students can come to department offices to get a curriculum and hand in your optional course form in the afternoon. The last part of orientation is a party for all new students. The party will be held at 5 o'clock in the afternoon on Friday. There is a common room on the 3rd floor in the business faculty building. We will prepare for many delicious foods and drink in there, and it will be a good chance to know your advisors and classmates. Okay, that's the main introduction of orientation. I am sure that you will enjoy it.
Thanks, Mr. Sutton. The next thing.
This is the end of section 3. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now, turn to section 4. Section 4. you will hear a lecture about marine life. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40. Now, listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40.
How many fish are in the sea? It's a hot topic for many scientists. Today we have invited a famous scientist who spent 10 years studying marine life to give us an introduction of the latest survey called the Census of Marine Life. Let's welcome Alok Jha.
Thanks, Ella. The Census of Marine Life has been the biggest and most comprehensive attempt ever to answer that question. How many fish are in the world's
Blind
oceans?
fish.
FSH.
The Census of Marine Life, which hopes to indicate a baseline of marine life, estimates that there are more than 230,000 species in the sea. The study covers from coast to the open ocean, from the shallows to the deeps, from little things like microbes to large things such as fish and whales. A team of over 360 scientists from all over the world have spent the past 10 years surveying 25 regions, from the Antarctic through to the temperate and tropical seas to the Arctic, to count the different types of plants and animals. The findings indicate that crustaceans such as lobsters, crabs, krill, and barnacles account for a fifth of the number of species in the world's oceans, and half of the world's marine species is mollusk, squid and octopus, and fish, including sharks. The charismatic species usually used in propagating environmental protection, for example whales, sea lions, turtles, and seabirds, account for less than 2% of the species in the world's oceans. The study has also focused on major fields of concern for conservationists. In every region, they got the same experience of a major collapse of what were usually very abundant fish stocks or crabs or crustaceans that are now only 5 to 10% of what they used to be. The main reasons include overfishing, degraded habitats, and pollution. But more problems are presented. Rising water temperatures and acidification brought by climate change and the growth in areas of the ocean that are low in oxygen and therefore unable to support marine life. The Census of Marine Life shows that enclosed seas, such as the Mediterranean Sea, the Gulf of Mexico, China's shells, the Baltic, and the Caribbean, have the most threatened biodiversity. The pollutions in enclosed seas are mainly from chemicals or garbage that people throw into it. Dense coastal populations of humans also tend to be packed along enclosed seas, meaning rising contaminations and extraction of more biodiversity from the water. The Mediterranean Sea, which contains around 17,000 identified species, has been a region with high threat. Scientists in our team studying the Mediterranean identified problems related to increased litter from shipping and munitions across the sea, as well as bombs discharged during the Kosovo War. The Mediterranean also has to face problems with invasive species, displacing the creatures that already live there. The Census of Marine Life shows that the Mediterranean Sea has the most alien species, more than 600, among all the 25 regions that have been surveyed. It looks like the region with coral reefs has always had a very high rate of speciation. It also has a very diverse range of habitats, from the deepest regions of the ocean to large regions of shallow seas which can afford coral reefs. The most diverse regions identified by the Census of Marine Life are around Australian and Japanese waters, which contain more than 30,000 species each, and are among the most biologically diverse in the world. Next in line are the oceans of China, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Gulf of Mexico. Besides algae and the seabirds and mammals that travel around the sea, viperfish has been regarded as the most cosmopolitan marine creature by the Census of Marine Life. Its presence was recorded in around a quarter of the world's seas. And for every marine species of all kinds known to science, scientists of the Census of Marine Life estimate that at least 4 have yet to be discovered. For example, about 70% of species of fish have been discovered, but for most other groups, likely less than 1/3 are known. Our research team has found the number of marine fish species was about 16,764 and was growing at around 100 a year. So scientists estimate that there are almost 22,000 fish species in the world's oceans. The most fruitful potential areas for discovery include the tropics, deep seas, and southern hemisphere. Although most ocean organisms still remain nameless, and their numbers unknown at the end of the Census of Marine Life, we still gained an important and exciting start.
Definitely. That's a great achievement.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks to Alok for giving the amazing information about marine life. Next week we will...
This is the end of section 4. You
Degraded
now have half a minute to check your answers.
Degraded habitat. Or degraded. I don't know the word. Alright. Hey, Cecilia Black. Sorry, I was focusing on my test. How are you today? I just finished. Degraded. Oh no, not TED. Oh, degraded. I see. Okay, makes sense. 6.5. Let's go. Well, actually, it was easy though. Medical facilities. Oh shit. Library. スーってなんじゃいや、わかんない。わかんない。なんかロケットリーグっていうゲームがあるじゃん。そのゲームの中で、相手がゴールすると毎回なんかスーって言うんだよね。なんだろう。わかんない。だからなんか達成した時に、達成した時に言うんじゃない？スーって。I don't know what Su means.
Look up Cristiano Ronaldo Suyu.
Library, however, library, don't need you. Remember? Don't need you. 2 stupid mistakes. Okay, two. Username and passport, sports center. Huh? Hey yo! Center. I'm so dumb. Where's the campus? What? Good morning. And degraded habitats.
It means yes in Portuguese.
Ah, Sue. Ah, there you go. Australia and Japan, not Australian and Japanese. Oh, and the coral reefs. Huh? No, this is not right. Look this. Here. The area with coral reef. One. It's singular, not plural. Wait, this S is not for plural. Plural. I must add S. Coral reefs. Oh, for fuck's sake. I hate English. 600.
An area generally will contain many X.
An area generally. Okay. Thanks. Good to know. So with an area contained with S the end. So this is one exception. Compulsory. Compulsory.
Composery.
Compulsory. Compulsory.
Compulsory.
Compulsory.
For example, there are no cars in the car park.
The Wind in the Willows. Chapter 1.
Just imagine it is two monkeys. Then it's less scary.
Two. Just imagine it is two monkeys. Okay. So I have to think English as two monkeys. Try to make less scarier. Chapter 1. The Riverbank. It is spring, and Mole is cleaning his little home. He is working very hard, and he is very tired. Suddenly, he decides to stop. He wants to go outside. He goes up a small tunnel and arrives outside in a meadow. This is nice, he thinks when he arrives in the sunlight. This is better than cleaning. He is very happy. He crosses meadows and woods. He sees rabbits, birds, and a lot of other animals. They are all working hard. Finally, he arrived at the riverbank. Finally, he arrived at the river. He sits down on the grass. He sits down on the grass. The water rat comes out, right? The water rat comes out of his hole in the riverbank. The water rat. Oh, difficult. The water rat comes out of his hole in the riverbank. The water rat. River. Bank. The river. The water rat comes out of his hole in the riverbank. He sees Mole. Hello, Mole, he says. Would you like to come over? Hello, Rat. Yes, I would. But how? Replies Mole. I can come and get you in my boat. Rat gets into a little boat and crosses the river. Mole gets into the boat. This is wonderful, says Mole. This is my first time in a boat. Your first time, says Rat. There's nothing better than boat. Let's go for a picnic. Oh, yes, please, replies Mole. Rat. Rat. Goes in. Rat goes into his. Rat goes into his. Rat goes into his house. Returned and returned and returns with a big basket full of food. They go down the river in the boat. Rat tells Mole about life on the river and his neighbors, the otters, kingfishers, and the mohens. Mole sees a wood in the distance. What's over there? He asks. That's the wildwood, replies Rat. We don't go there often. Are they people nice there? Asks Mole. Well, replies Rat. Replies Rat. The squirrels and rabbits, they are all right. And there's Badger. He's nice. But weasels, stoats, and foxes, ooh, you must be careful with them. They stop for their picnic, and the Mole unpacks the basket. Soon the otter arrives. Hello, Otter, says Rat. This is my friend, Mr. Mole. Pleased to meet you, says Otter to Mole. なんだっけな What's next? Says Otter to Mole. Suddenly the badger appears, and Rat invites him to the picnic. But Badger turns around and goes away. He hates company, says Rat. We don't see him often, but look, there's Toad on the river in his new boat. It's Toad's new hobby, says Otter. Yes, says Rat. First, it was sailing. Then, it was houseboating. He changes his hobby all the time. Mole waves to Toad, but Toad doesn't stop. Rat and the Mole return to Rat's house in the boat. Rat invites Mole to stay with him, and the Mole is very happy. Chapter 2. The Open Road. One summer morning, Mole and the Rat decide to visit the Mr. Toad. They get into the boat. They get in the boat and up to the river. Toad rich, you know, says Rat. Is Toad very nice? Asks Mole. Oh yes, replies Rat. He is very nice. He isn't very intelligent, but we can't all be clever. Sometimes he's boastful and arrogant, but he got some good qualities. Soon they arrive at the Toad Hole. They pass by a boating house. It is full of boats. They are all out of the water. It seems that Toad isn't interested in boating anymore. I wonder what his new hobby is, says Rat. They get out of the boat. They get out of the boat. They walk. They get out of the boat and walk across. They walk across. They're walking across, or they walk across. They walking across the gardens of Toad Hall. Rat and the Mole get out of the boat and walk across the garden. Rat and the Mole get out. Rat and the Mole get out of the boat and walk across the gardens of Toad Hall. They see Toad in the garden. He is looking at a big map. He is very pleased to see Rat and the Mole. "Hello, Toad," says Rat. "This is my friend Mole." "Oh, splendid," cries Toad. "Pleased to meet you. Come and see my new hobby." He shows them a gypsy caravan. It is yellow and green with red wheels. There's real life. There's real life. There's real life, cries Toad. The open road. What next? Travel, change, interest, excitement. Look inside. Everything's there. We've got everything for our journey this afternoon. Excuse me, we are this afternoon? Asks Rat. Oh, yes, Ratty. I can't go without you, says Toad. Oh, Rat, it's so exciting, says Mole. Very well, says Rat. Let's go. After lunch, they go to the paddock and catch the old grey horse. Then they set off on the road. It is a lovely afternoon, and the birds whistle at them, and the birds whistle at them, either side. And the birds whistle at them, and the birds. It is a lovely afternoon, and the birds whistle at them, and the passers-by says, "Good afternoon." In the evening, they stop. And eat a simple meal. Then they go to bed. The next morning, Toad sleeps The next morning, Toad sleeps until very late. So, Mole walked to the nearest village. He buys milk and eggs for breakfast. And the rat lights a fire. And the rat lights a fire and washes the dinner plate and washes the dinner plates from the night before. From night before. From night before. They are working. They are very tired from this work. They are, and finally, Toad wakes up. I think so. The next morning, Toad sleeps until very late. So Mole walks into the village. Rat lights a fire and watches the dinner plates from the night before. They are very tired from after this hard work. Hard work. Life on the road is very easy, says Toad. After breakfast, Rat and the Mole walk along with the caravan. After breakfast, they set off. They walk along. They are walking along the road. They are walking along the road. And suddenly a magnificent motor car drives past. The horse is frightened and pulls the caravan off into a ditch. And pulls the caravan off the road into a ditch. Caravan is ruined. I think so. After breakfast, they set off. They're walking along the road when suddenly a magnificent motor car drives past. The horse is frightened and pulls the caravan off the road into a ditch. The caravan is ruined. Rat is furious. "You villain! Please help!" he shouts. But Toad sits in the middle of the road. He sits in the middle of the road. And he is staring in direction of the motor car. "Poop, poop," he says. "Poop, poop." But Toad is sitting in the middle of the road. He is staring in the direction of the motor car. "Poop, poop," he said. "Poop, poop." Rat and the Mole try to pull the caravan out out of the ditch, but they can't. Rat asks, Toad, can you help us? No, can you help us, Toad? Rat and Mole try to pull the caravan out of the ditch, but they can't. Yes. Rat asks, Can you help us, Toad? Poop, poop, replies Toad. Poop, poop. Now, that's the real way to travel. The only way. The caravan is ruined. They must return home by train. The next day, Toad buys a big and very expensive motor car. Poop poop, replies Toad. Now that's the real way to travel, the only way. The caravan is ruined and they must return home by train. The next day, Toad buys a big and very expensive motor car. All right. Chapter 3. What was it? The name of chapter 3. I forgot. Chapter 3. Oh. Chapter 3. The Wildwood. Mole wants to meet Badger. Mole wants to meet Badger. Could you ask him here for dinner? Asks Mole. He wouldn't come, replies Rat. He hates company. Can we go and call on him? Suggests Mole. Oh no, replies Rat. He's very shy. And also he lives in the middle of the wildwood. It is clear that Rat doesn't want to visit Badger. It is winter time. Rat sleeps a lot. He's sleeping in his armchair in front of the fire. So Mole decides to go and explore the wildwood and meet Badger. He goes outside. It is very cold and the sky is grey. Sky is grey. Mole is very happy when he arrives at the wildwood. He is not frightened. He is happy, not Mole. He is happy, and when he arrives at the wildwood, he is not frightened. Then he sees faces. Hundreds of faces. Little faces with hard eyes. Mole is frightened and leaves the path. In a panic, he starts to run. He doesn't know where. Finally, he hides inside of the hollow of an old tree. Rat wakes up. An old tree, right? Mole is frightened and leaves the path. In a panic, Mole not here, okay. In a panic, Mole starts to run. He doesn't know where. Okay. Rat wakes up and looks for Mole. But he's not there. Mole's hat and the boots are gone. Rat goes outside and sees a footprints. They are going in direction of the wildwood. Rat is worried. He returns into the house. He takes 2 pistols and a big stick, and sets off for wildwood. He also sees little faces with hard eyes, but they disappear immediately when they see his pistols and stick. Rat hunts for an hour. Molly, where are you? It's me, Rat. Finally, he hears a cry. Ratty, is that really you? I'm so frightened. He says, says Mole. Rat sees Mole under the tree. Mole, you mustn't come here. In the wildwood alone. Mole, you mustn't come here in the wildwood alone. We animals from the riverbank always come in couples. But brave Mr. Toad isn't frightened of the wood, says Mole. Rat sees Mole under the tree. Mole, you mustn't come into the wildwood alone. We animals. Okay. Rat laughs. Toad, he wouldn't come here for a hatful of gold. But now we must leave for home before night comes. Rat looks around. It's snowing. Everything looks so different. Everything looks so different in the snow. Told he wouldn't come here for a hatful of gold, but we must leave for home before night comes. Rat looks around. It's snowing, and everything looks so different in the snow. What next? They set off. Barely. They set off barely. Suddenly, Mole falls down. Oh, my leg! He cries. Poor Mole! poor mole. Rat looks into the rat looks into a cut on mole's leg. This is a cut from metal, not a branch. Rat starts to dig in the snow. They set off barely, but after 2 hours they stop for a rest. I forgot this. They set off barely. They set off barely, but after 2 hours they stop for a rest. They are very tired and wet. The snow is very deep, and they are very tired and wet. We are very tired, says Rat. Let's find a dry cave or hole. Right. Let's find a dry cave or hole. Then we can rest before we try again. Then we can rest before try again. They are looking for shelter. Suddenly, Mole falls down. Oh, my leg! He cries. Poor Mole. They look for shelter. Suddenly, Mole falls down. Oh, my leg! He cries. Poor Mole, says Rat. He looks at the cut. On Mole's leg. This is a cut from metals, not a branch, he says. He starts to dig in the snow. Hurry! He shouts. What is it? Asks Mole. They see a little green bell. They see a little green door with a little green bell. Little green door. A bell is hanging next to it, and under the bell is written Mr. Badger. Rat hits the door with his stick, and the Mole rings the bell. I think this is Hurry, he shouts. What is it? Asks Mole. They see a little green door. A bell is hanging next to it. Under the bell is written Mr. Badger. Rat hits the door with his stick, and the Mole rings the bell. Good. Chapter 4. Mr. Badger. Mole and Rat wait for a long time, and finally they hear footsteps. The door opens a little, and they see a nose and 2 sleepy eyes. Who is it? Asks Badger. Who is it? He's hungry. Who is it? Oh, Badger, cries Rat. Oh, Badger, cries Rat. That's me, Rat, and my friend Mo. We lost in the moon. Alright, okay, I'll practice seriously. Mole and Rat. Mole and the Rat wait for a long time. Mole and the Rat wait for a long time, and finally they hear footsteps.
Footsteps. The door
The
opens
door
a little, and they see a nose and two sleepy eyes.
Sleepy eye.
Who is it? Asks Badger.
He's angry. Oh, Badger,
cries Rat.
It's me, Rat, and my friend Mole.
We're lost in the snow. It's me, Rat, and my friend Mole. We're lost in the snow.
Mole and Rat wait for a long time, and finally they hear footsteps. The door for a long time.
Mole and the Rat wait for a long time, and finally they hear the footsteps. The door opens a little, and they see a nose and two sleepy eyes. Who is it?
Asks
Badger. He's hungry. Oh, Badger, cries Rat. It's me, Rat, and my friend Mole. We're lost in the snow. My dear Ratty, says the Badger. Come in, lost in the snow, in the wild wood. This isn't the kind of night for small animals to be out. He takes them to the kitchen. There is a fire burning in the fireplace. Snow, wild wood. This is snow in the wild wood. This is the wild wood. This isn't the kind of night for small animals to be out. This isn't the kind. Lost in the snow in the wild wood. This isn't the kind of night for small animals to be out. He takes them to the kitchen. There's a fire burning in the fireplace. Badger gives them dressing gowns and slippers. Badger gives them dressing gowns and slippers. What is Badger? Who is Badger? Badger. Ah. Is Badger stinky? They sit in front of the fire while Badger prepares dinner for them. He's so kind. They're very hungry, and they eat and eat. How's old Toad? Asks Badger.
In the fireplace.
Badger gives them dressing gowns and slippers. They sit on front of the fire.
Dressing gowns and slippers.
They sit in front of the fire.
Dressing gowns and slippers.
They sit in front of the fire while Badger prepares dinner for them. They are very hungry and they eat and eat. How's old Toad? Asks Badger. From bad to worse, says Rat. Another accident in his car. This is seventh. He's always in hospital paying fines. He needs to pay for driving.
But he's convinced that he's a good driver.
From bad to worse, says Rat. Another accident in his car. This is the seventh. He's always in hospital or paying fines. He needs to pay for a driver, but he's convinced that he's a good driver.
Car. The word.
Toad, asks Badger.
From bad to worse, says Rat. Another accident in his car. It is the 7th. He's always in hospital or paying fines. He needs to pay for a driver, but he's convinced so fast.
Or paying for his car. From bad to worse,
says Rat.
Another accident in his car. This is the 7th. You're always in hospital paying fines. He needs to pay for a driver, but he's convinced that he's a good driver.
Badger.
Badger thinks, I can do anything now. I can't do anything now. But when the nights are short, we must talk to Toad. We must become sensible. Now it's time for bed.
For a driver, but he's convinced that he's a good driver.
But he's convinced.
Badger
thinks. I can't do anything now, but when the night
I can't do
anything now, but when the nights are short, we must talk to Toad. Badger thinks. I can't do anything now, but when the nights are short, we must talk to Toad.
The nights are short, we must talk to Toad.
He must become sensible. Now it's time for bed. For bed. He takes them to a room. It is full of food for the winter. Apples, turnips. What is turnips? Never heard it. Oh. 株か。Turnips, potatoes, nuts, and honey. But they are also two little bits. Mole and the rat get undressed and go to sleep.
Do anything now, but when the nights are short, we must talk to Toad. He must become sensible.
Now it's time for bed. He takes them to a room. It is full of food for the winter. Apples, turnips, potatoes, nuts, and honey. But they are also two little beds. Mole and the rat get undressed and go to sleep.
Food for the winter. He takes them to a room. It's time for bed.
He takes them to a room. It is full of food for the winter. Apples, turnips, potatoes, nuts, and honey. But they are also two little beds. But there are also two little beds. Mole and the rat gets undressed and go to bed and go to sleep.
The next
morning they get up very late. They are eating breakfast in the kitchen. When the front door bell rings, when the front door bell rings, it's Otter. He is very happy to see Rat and the Mole. Everybody on the river is very worried about you, he says.
They get up to go to sleep.
The next morning they get up very late. They are eating breakfast in the kitchen. When the front door bell rings, it's Otter. He is very happy to see Rat and Mole. Everybody in the river is very worried about you, he says.
At that moment, very worried about you, Rat and Mole.
Everybody on the river is very worried. Everybody on the river is very worried. Everybody on the river is very worried about you, he says. At that moment,
Badger arrives.
Badger arrives. I think it's time for lunch, he says. During lunch, Otter and Rat talk about the river. Mole tells Badger, "I like your house. It's good to live underground."
He says.
At that moment, Badger arrives. "I think it's time for lunch," he says. During lunch, Otter and Rat talk about the river. Mole tells Badger, "I like your house. It's good to live underground." Badger is pleased that Mole likes his house. "Yes, here it's safe, peaceful and quiet." After lunch, Badger shows Mole his home. There are a lot of room and tunnels. They return to the kitchen.
"I like your house. It's good to live underground."
Badger is pleased that
Mole likes his house.
"It's good to live underground."
Badger is pleased that Mole likes his house. "Yes, here's safe, peaceful and quiet." After lunch, Badger shows Mole his home. There are a lot of There are a lot of rooms and tunnels. They return to the kitchen.
Ratty is wearing his coat.
Ratty is wearing his coat. "Come on, Mole, it's time to go," he says. Come on, Mole, it's time to go," he says. "We must go before night." He is worried. "It's all right," says Otter. "I'm coming with you."
Come on, Mole.
Return to the kitchen.
Ratty is
wearing his coat. They return to the kitchen.
Ratty is wearing his coat. "Come on, Mole.
It's time to go,"
he says. He is wearing his coat.
"Come on, Mole, it's time to go,"
he
says.
"We must go."
His coat.
"Come on, Mole, it's time to go," he says. "We must go before night." He is worried.
It's
"It's all right," says Otter. "I'm coming with you."
Don't worry, Rat.
"Don't worry, Ratty," says Badger. My tunnels go to the edge of the wood. He picks up a lantern and takes them down a long tunnel. After a long time, they see daylight.
Says Otter.
"I'm coming with you."
"Don't worry, Ratty," says Badger. My tunnel goes to the edge of the wood. He picks a lantern
and takes them down.
Don't worry, Ratty,
says Badger.
My tunnels go to the edge of the wood.
He
picks up a lantern and takes them down a long
lantern.
Tunnels go to the edge of the wood. Ratty,
says Otter.
"I'm coming with you."
Don't worry, Ratty, says Badger. My tunnel goes to the edge of the wood. He picks up a lantern and takes them down a long tunnel. After a long time, they see daylight.
They are on the edge of the wild wood.
They are on the edge of the wild wood. Badger says goodbye and goes away quickly. Otter takes them to the river. Mole is very happy to be home. They are on the edge of the wild wood. Badger says goodbye and goes away quickly. Otter takes them to the river. Mole is very happy to be home. Alright. So, Mole and the Rat. Mole and the Rat wait for a long time. And finally they hear footsteps. Mole and the rat. Mole and the rat. Mole and the rat wait for a long time. And finally they hear footsteps. Mole and the rat wait for a long time, and finally they hear footsteps. The door opens. The door opens a little. The door opens a little, and they see they see a nose and two sleepy eyes. Mole and rat wait for a long time, and finally they hear footsteps. The door opens a little, and they see a nose and two sleepy eyes. Who is it? Asks Badger. He is angry. Oh, Badger, cries Rat. It's me, Rat, and my friend Mole. We were lost in the snow. Mole and rat wait for a long time, and finally they hear footsteps. They see the door. The door opens a little, and they see a nose and two sleepy eyes. Who is it? Asks Badger. He is angry. Oh, Badger, cries Rat. It's me, Rat. This is my friend Mole. We're lost in the snow. Rat and the Mole wait a long time, and finally they hear footsteps. The door opens a little, and they see a nose and two sleepy eyes. Who is it? Asks Badger. He is angry. Oh, Badger, says Rat. It's me, Rat. This is my friend Mole. We're lost in the snow. Rat and the Mole wait a long time. Rat and the Mole wait a long time, and finally they hear footsteps. The door opens a little, and they see a nose and two eyes with two sleepy two sleepy eyes. Two sleepy eyes. Who is it? Says Badger. He is angry. Oh, Badger, says Rat. It's me, Rat. This is my friend Mole. We're lost in the snow. There you go. I forgot and. My dear Ratty, says Badger. My dear Ratty, says Badger. Come in. Lost in the snow, in the wildwood. This isn't the kind of night for small animals to be out. This isn't the kind of night. Kind of night. My dear Ratty, says Badger. Come in. Lost in. My dear Ratty, says Badger. Come in. My dear Ratty, says Badger. Come in. Lost in the snow, in the wildwood.
Poop.
Oh, my memory just gone. Thank you, Komikatsu. Thank you very much. My dear Ratty, says Badger. Come in, lost in the snow, in the wildwood. This isn't the kind of night for small animals to be out. He takes them to the kitchen. There is a fire burning. There is a fire burning in the fireplace. All right. Oh dear. Oh, my dear Ratty, says Badger. Come in. Come in. come in, lost in the snow, in the wildwood. This isn't the kind of night for small animals to be out. He takes them to the kitchen. He takes them to the kitchen. There is a fire burning in the fireplace. There is a fire burning. There is a fire burning in the fireplace. Fire burning in the fireplace. My dear Ratty, says Badger. Come in, lost in the snow. Oh, excuse me, in the wildwood. This isn't the kind of night for small animals to be out. He takes them to the kitchen. There is a fire burning. There is a fire burning in the fireplace. All right. Chapter 4, Mr. Badger. Mole and the rat. Mole and the rat wait for a long time. Wait a long time. Mole and the rat wait for a long time. Finally, they hear footsteps. Finally, they hear footsteps. Who is it? Says Badger. No, not like this. Finally, they hear footsteps. Come on. The door opens a little, and they see. Yeah, the door opens a little. The door opens a little, and they see a nose and two sleepy eyes. Who is it? Says Badger. He is angry. Hello, Badger. Oh, Badger, says Rat. It's me, Rat. This is my friend Mole. We're lost in the snow. Oh, Badger, cries Rat. We lost My dear Ratty. My dear Ratty, says Badger. Come in. Come in. Lost in the snow, in the wildwood. This isn't a kind of night for small animal out to be out. Small animal to be out. He takes them to the kitchen. He takes them to the kitchen. The fire is burning in the fireplace. He takes them to the kitchen. There is a fire. There is a fire. There is a fire burning in the fireplace. Badger gives them dressing gowns and slippers. Gowns. 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 Badger gives them dressing. Compulsory. Badger gives them dressing gowns and slippers. Badger gives them dressing gowns and slippers. Gowns and slippers. Dressing. They sit in the front of fire. While Badger they sit in front of the fire while Badger prepares dinner for them. They sit in the front of the fire. They sit in front of the fire while Badger prepares dinner for them. They are very hungry and they eat and eat. They are very hungry and they eat and eat. They are very hungry and they eat and eat. They are very hungry and they eat and eat. How's old Toad? How is old Toad? Asks Badger. How's old Toad? Asks Badger. How's old Toad? Asks Badger. How's old Toad? Asks Badger. How old is Toad? Asks Badger. Badger gives them a Badger gives them dressing gowns and slippers. They sit in front of the fire while Badger prepares dinner for them. They're very hungry, and they're very hungry, and they eat and eat. How's old Toad? Asks Badger. Badger gives them dressings. Badger gives them dressing gowns and slippers. They sit in front of the fire while Badger prepares dinner for them. They are very hungry, and they eat and eat. How's old Toad? Asks Badger. Alright, so Mole and the Rat wait for a long time, and finally they hear footsteps. The door opens a little. They see a nose and two sleepy eyes. Who is it? Says Badger. He is hungry. Oh, Badger, cries Rat. It's me, Rat. This is my friend Mole. We're lost in the snow. My dear Rat. じゃなかったっけ? My dear Rat. My dear Ratty. Come in. My dear Ratty, come in. Come in. Come in what? Come in. Come in. My dear Ratty. My dear Ratty, says Badger. Come in. Lost in the snow, in the wildwood. This isn't the kind of night for small animals to be out. He takes them to the kitchen. The fire. There's a fire in the fire. There's a fire burning in the fireplace. Badger. Burning fireplace. Badger gives them dressing gowns and slippers. They sit in front of the fire, while Badger preparing dinner for them. They are very hungry, and they eat and eat. How's old Toad? Asks Badger. Let's go. From bad to worse. From bad to worse, says Rat. Another accident in his car. From bad to worse. 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 From bad to worse, says Rat. Another accident hit by car. Another accident hit in his car. This is the seventh. This is the seventh. This is the seventh. This is the seventh. Another accident hit in his car. Another accident 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 in his car. From bad to worse. From bad to worse. From bad to worse. From bad to worse, says Rat. Another accident in his car. This is the seventh. He's always in hospital or paying fines. He's always in hospital or paying fines. He's always hospital or paying fines. He's always in hospital or paying fines. He's always in hospital or paying fines. He's always in hospital or paying fine. From bad.
Do you know who will not be able to afford paying fines in the future if he doesn't keep studying?
Do you know who will not be able to afford paying fines in the who? Who? I don't know who. Who will not be able to afford paying fines in the future? No, I don't know who. Why? Huh? If he doesn't keep studying.
A certain boy named Kazu-kun.
What?
Hi.
Hey, genius. How was your work yesterday? Oh no, how was your work today? Sorry, not yesterday. Do you know who will not be able to afford paying fines? Well, why? I don't understand your sentence.
Yes, very good, sir.
Well, look, in the future, okay.
How was your studying?
Going well. I'm just trying to memorize chapter 4 today. So in the future, right? In the future, I have to pay fines because I didn't study it well.
Why are you memorizing it? WTF.
Why I'm memorizing it? Because my English is very bad. So I have to memorize it. Because I am bad boy. Because I am the bad boy who's slacking around from studying English.
Oh God, Kaz, please don't say I'm a bad boy.
Oh God, Kaz, please, why? I'm a bad boy.
I don't want to lose my lunch.
Lunch?
He a bad boy.
I'm a bad boy, bro. Light over here. Can you see it? So annoying.
Next you gonna say punish me.
Punish me.
Do you know who will not be able to afford paying fines in the future if he doesn't keep studying?
You just copy the Nekuma's
We
comment.
need to punish Kazu for being a bad boy.
you just copied Nekuma's comments. Nekuma's comment. Hey, one boy, what's up? From bad to worse. One boy, how are you, bro? From bad to worse. From bad to worse. From bad to worse, says Rat. Another accident in his car. This is the 7th. He's always in hospital.
Your English is immaculate, Kazu, I am telling you.
Or paying fines. Immaculate. What? Immaculate. Immaculate. Well, yeah, of course immaculate, because look. Learn English through story. Slow and easy English. Listening practice level 2.
Don't praise him. It makes him soft and lazy. Ha 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 ha.
Don't praise him, yeah. Exactly. Don't praise me, please. Otherwise, they're going to slack and start
on level 2.
Level 2. From bad to worse. From bad to worse. From bad to worse, says Rat. From bad to worse, says Rat. From bad to worse.
Bad.
From bad to worse, says Rat. Another accident in his car. This is 7th. He's always in hospital and paying fines. Or paying fines. He needs to pay for a driver, but he's convinced he's a good driver. Convinced, what convinced means?
He is confident.
He's convinced he is a good driver.
Convinced means überzeugt.
Hey, look at this guy. He tried to troll me so hard. Look at this guy, bro. Look at this guy. From bad to worse, says Rat. From bad to worse, says Rat. Another accident in his car. This is the 7th.
If I am not here to troll you, you would actually get some work done. Hehe.
Of course. From bad to worse. From bad to worse, says Rat. Another accident in his car. This is 7th. He's always in hospital or paying fines. He needs to pay.
He's training your focus to be more focused.
He needs to pay for a driver, but
Kazu, you know that feeling when you feel like you forgot to close your car window while you are chilling at home.
But he's convinced he's a good driver. I get it. You failed.
Do you regret turning on your text-to-speech yet?
No, I don't. Yesterday, so many people.
Ha 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 ha.
They
We will
almost
get you there.
no almost they raid me. They almost they going they
Text to
raids
speech is the best.
raids no 反乱がもう少しで起きるところだったんだよ。反乱 evolution almost evolution occur on my stream. Revolution? Rebellion. Yesterday, almost a rebellion occurred on my stream because I didn't turn the TTS back. Turn my TTS on. Rebellion.
Yes, we fight for our rights.
USA.
Turn your titties on.
Turn my titties on? What? Chapter 4. Mr. Badger. Mole and rat wait for a long time, and finally they hear footsteps.
I am so proud of you.
Thank you. By 4, next phrase. Finally, he footsteps and.
I am not. Huge failure.
Huge failure. They heard the footsteps and what? I forgot. Damn, I forgot the phrase already. Oh my god. Oh.
C.
Oh, the badger something. No, not badger. I got it.
Badger thinks.
No.
I can't do shit now. But when the mornings are short, we must talk to Doggo. He must become sensible. Now it's time for a nap.
No, it's different.
Badger, 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 badger. Mushroom, mushroom. He muted himself, LLOL.
Oh. I forgot. Mole and badger. Mole and rat. Mole and
Huge failure.
Mole and the rat wait for a long time, and finally they hear footsteps. The door opens a little. They see a nose and 2 sleepy eyes. Who is it? Says Badger.
I just ordered 2 Burger King menus because I got a €5 code and now I feel fat.
Oh, that's fantastic.
WTH. That's not in the line at all.
Who is it? Says Badger. I'm right. Who is it? Says Badger. He is angry.
Kazu, did you eat?
Yes, I ate. I ate already.
What?
What? Um. Oh, badger, says rat.
What did you eat? Fatty.
I had eight burgers.
Eight burgers LMFAO. Burgers.
Burgers.
You ate 8 boogers. Not beggars.
Burgers. 8 burgers. Yes. But I decorated by myself. First of all, I bought 8 plain 1 pound burger.
Decorate.
Yes, ornamented. First of all, I bought 8 plain burgers from McDonald's. 1 pound something. Then
Sounds naughty. I still don't know what you mean to say.
I
Yo Kaz, will you watch the football game in 2 hours?
no.
Dude,
No,
it
I have to
sounds
study.
creative.
Then I went to supermarket. I bought tomato, ketchup, onion,
Spain
and
vs
lettuce
Netherlands.
and
Finals.
pickles. Then I went home. I unpacks every single burgers from the McDonald's. Then I put slice of tomato salad, slice of tomato, lettuce, and
They sell plain
pickles.
burgers at McDonald's.
Yeah, they are. They sell 1 pound. They AKA as known as 1 pound burger.
I smell a lie.
Then
I never knew.
you never knew.
Kazu never pays at the supermarket. He always steals his tomatoes and lettuce.
No. Hey, sweet tea. Good evening. How are you? There's 1 pound burger.
Good to see you have decent hair again.
Yeah.
Kazu, could you make burgers on stream and show us how to cook?
I ate already. I can show you my
I can't cook and keep eating outside every single day. Last time he lost it from jerking it too much. Haha. Kazu only makes fish soup on stream.
This burger is cheap and easy to create. This kind of burger. It's simple, cheap, fast. Yeah, this one, but without cheese.
Are you sponsored by McDonald's?
No.
Yeah, but they sell it plain.
Yes. I don't know. Plain.
You made those burgers.
Well, I just add extra ingredients.
No meat, no cheese, no veggies.
No, with meat, but only meat and bread. Plain burger.
Okay, makes more sense.
This one. See? I bought 8 of them. Nothing. Bread and meat. That's it. So you have to add your own ingredients. Alright.
So it's not just the buns.
No, not just the buns, no. Of course. With meat included.
Ooh.
So,
Kazu, you are so smart. Okay, now let's let him study. You saved a lot of money.
Yeah.
So you paid €8.
No, €9. Actually, they used to be they're cheap. So usually they cost €1 per burger, but not nowadays. It's a little bit expensive than
Yeah,
before.
you totally wasted money.
No, it's better than buying one big burger, one double burger. They cost like €5 or €6 nowadays. If so, I can buy 4 of them. Maybe 3.
A menu costs like €12 now, so you actually did a good job.
Yeah.
Wow. You are so smart.
You just gotta go to the grocery store and buy tomato and lettuce by yourself. That's it. Anyway, let me study.
WTH. Now I know why people always say, "Ooh, I don't have enough money." So wasteful.
So wasteful. But I'm not doing this every time. Like 6 months at a time.
Kazu lives in Slovenia. Everything is cheaper there. Yet I spend €2025 a day for food.
I didn't. Okay, so today I spent £9 on that food.
See, that's the kind of person I mentioned earlier. LOL.
Only £9. I didn't eat breakfast and without.
I don't have money, Kazu, help. Mentioned.
And also without. I'm not going to eat dinner as well. The eight burgers what I had today in lunchtime was I satisfied from it.
Stop your excuses.
But
huge failure.
What? Me? No, I'm doing good, I think. Anyway.
I ordered Burger King an hour ago and it's still not there, help.
Next time buy £1 plain burgers, 6 or 7 of them, and buy lettuce and...
Now turn of your titties and keep studying.
Okay.
Why you spent a lot of money in the UK, do you say? Well chap, I was pounding it rather hard today, mate.
No, I didn't.
Study, Kazu, I don't want to distract you.
Alright. So.
How much do you spend for food every day?
Mole and rat. Mole.
BSCJ to the stupid badger. WTF.
Mole and rat. Mole.
He ignored me.
I'm not ignore you. What the fuck?
I cannot believe this.
Less than £10. Less than £10. Sometimes less than £5. Spaghetti.
Mole ANS rat.
Spaghetti
Mole
is
and
good. Very
Mole
good.
And rat.
Spaghetti. I recommend. I strongly recommend to eat
good,
spaghetti because they are super cheap and very filling.
I eat rice if I want to save money.
If you want to save money, I'm not recommend to buy rice because rice are expensive than spaghetti. But if you want to eat rice, then go ahead. Mole and rat. Mole and rat. What?
Rice is cheaper.
Spaghetti is cheaper. Well, I think it depends the country. In Japan,
Rice is cheaper.
rice is cheaper.
Rice costs like €3 a kilo, I think. Rice is cheaper.
€3 a kilo. That's too expensive. In Japan, you can buy
No, wait.
rice. You can buy rice from €1.
Spaghetti is like 70 cents for 500 g.
Yes. There you go. But spaghetti.
Here we get 1 kilogram of rice for €1.25.
Yeah, that's normal.
Kazu outsmarting US again.
Well, that's normal in Japan. In Japan, rice. Well, in Asia, rice is cheap, but in Europe, spaghetti is cheap. Depends. It depends.
Plus rice puffs up more than spaghetti. Nekuma, where do you live?
1 kilo of rice. How many savings? How many servings? So
Austria.
So 1 kilogram of rice is. What? That's so rude. Don't say ew. 1キロごめん。
You are welcome to never visit.
1
Just
キロご
kidding.
めん。You are welcome to never visit. ごめん。何人分
We are neighbors and speak the same language.
13
Oh God, hell no.
13
German.
servings. 13
Ha ha ha
servings.
ha. You are right.
Thirteen. How about 1キロの
Kazu, this is not studying. You are looking up rice WTF. Text to speech will be the downfall of his study.
It's almost the same. Almost the same. Text to speech will be downfall of his.
Hey, I encouraged him multiple times to switch of his titties.
Okay, let me study now. Seriously. Hey, Europito. Hello. Good evening. How are you?
Text to speech for the win. Okay, let's study.
Yeah.
No, leave
No.
his titties alone.
Mole and the rat wait for a long time. And finally, they hear footsteps.
No, if he doesn't study, I have to twist them.
The door opens
Whole
a
hot.
little.
Badger thinks. I can't do shit anymore. But when the nights are short, we must talk to Ted. He must become sensible. Now it's time for bed.
The door opens a little, and they see a nose and two sleepy eyes. Who is it? Says Badger. He's angry. Oh, Badger! Says Rat. It's me, Rat. This is my
Yet I need a
friend.
smoke after watching this.
This is my friend Mo. We were lost in the snow. My dear Ratty, says Badger. Come in. Lost in the snow, in the wildwood. This, there's, this.
Where the heck are you reading this? Are you improvising?
Huh? No, from beginning though. Beginning of chapter 4. Look. Chapter 4. Mole and the rat wait for a long time, and finally they hear footsteps. The door opens a little, and they see a nose and two sleepy eyes. Who is it? And ask Badger. He is angry. Oh, Badger, cries Rat. It's me, Rat, and my friend Mole. We lost in the snow. Yeah. That's what I'm trying.
He did say he will memorize it, Plumfalo.
Call me.
Why this story though?
Because I think this story is easy to memorize it. Good for start. I think this story is good for start. For me. However, I have to keep. I have to keep it.
I need a beer.
Go get your beer then.
Memorize the Bible.
No. Oh my dear. Oh dear Ratty, says
May the Lord
Badger.
be with you.
Says Badger. Says Badger. Says Badger. What? Hold on. Says Badger. Says Badger. Come in. Lost in the snow, in the wildwood. This isn't the kind of night for small animals.
This is low-key impressive.
To be out. To be out. I'm going to impress you more by memorize this whole story next week. I forgot the phrase. What's the next part?
If you do that, I am prime subbing.
Really, I'm gonna definitely do that. Don't forget prime. Don't forget sub me after memorizing this all. Oh, fuck. However, come on. Come on. This isn't the kind of night for small animals to be out. He take them.
What?
What?
Great, you will fail the test, but at least you know these lines by heart. If they make a movie out of this, I will recommend you as narrator. The story sounds intense.
Come on. He took them into the kitchen. There's a fire burning in the fireplace. I think so.
Who took them into the kitchen?
He. Not took. Takes. Oh.
OMG fire.
He takes them to the kitchen. There's a fire burning in the fireplace. All right, good, good, good.
I
Badger.
want you to study, but the German has a bad influence on me. World War II all over again.
Sorry. Badger gives them dressing, gowns and slippers. They sit in front of the fire while Badger prepares dinner for them. They are very hungry and they eat and eat. How's old Toad? Asks Badger. He's bad to worse. Worse is bad from bad to worse, says Rat. Another accident in his car. This is the seventh. He always in the hospital or paying fines. He's always in hospital or paying fines. He needs to pay for a driver, but he's convinced he's a good driver. He's convinced that he's a good driver. Badger gives them gowns and slippers. Badger gives them dressing, gowns and slippers. They sit in the front of the fire while Badger prepares dinner for them. How's old Toad? Asks Badger. How's old Toad? Asks Badger. Badger's dinner for them. They are very hungry and they eat and eat. Bad and worse.
Happy affiliate anniversary. Also great English.
Thank you. Happy affiliate anniversary. Thank you very much. Welcome to my stream. My name is Kaz. Nice to meet you. As you see, I'm learning English here. How are you?
I have no clue what this is about, but might as well since so many people already did.
Even my father.
Happy affiliate anniversary, Kaz.
Thank you, Nekuma. Thank you very much. Happy affiliate anniversary. Thank you.
Nekuma_Fox. It means that he basically makes money for a while on Twitch. Thank you.
Yes, it's anniversary. It's anniversary about when I become
Polyglot Mouse. Oh, does he?
When I become affiliate person. Affiliator. When I become affiliator. When I become affiliated person on Twitch. So Badger gives dressing.
Yes, affiliated.
Yes. Polyglot mouse. Badger gives dressing Badger gives dressing, gowns, and slippers. They sit in the front of the fire. They sit in front of the fire while Badger prepares dinner for them. They are very hungry, and they eat and eat. House told.
Nekuma_Fox
old
affiliate
toad
means that you get money through ads and subscriptions. And this anniversary means it has been a year or more.
Asks Badger. Bad to worse. His bad to worse, eh? They'll From bad to worse, says Rat. From bad to worse, says Rat.
I didn't realize he had so many followers. You have the responsibility to study harder, Kaz. Less slacking off from now on. From worse to bad.
From bad to worse. Stop it. Don't. Even me not realized so many followers. So I had so many followers. Even me, says Rat. Another accident. Says Rat. Another. Thank you for following me, Polyglot Mouse. Thank you very much. If you have questions, it's feel free to ask anything.
How many followers does Kazu have?
I don't know. More than
I should follow too.
I don't know. You followed me already.
Poor soul can't get a word in without getting distracted.
Poor soul can't.
Nobody wants to see a lazy student. Switch off TDS and get to work.
I need 2 heads.
Wow, Kazu, you have a good memory.
You know what? I have to finish chapter 4 today. Otherwise, I can't go to bed. Can't go.
Keep TDS on and get to work.
Come on.
Don't listen to the German.
I can't
You actually have great English.
I can't concentrate.
How long have you been learning and why?
I can't concentrate. Thanks. So I've been learning English for 4 years.
Always listen to the German.
And I'm studying English for working purpose, for the visa purpose, because I'm living in the UK.
You can remember the whole line but have poor judgment. Switch off TDS or be a huge failure.
No, I can't switch off TTS. I told you, I don't want to see rebellion on my stream, Nekuma. You know what? They're going to put fire on me.
Keep TDS on or riot.
See?
You won't hear the rebellion without TDS.
Rebellion. Okay, let me concentrate seriously, okay? So, from bad to worse. Huh? From bad to worse, says Rat. Another accident in his car. In his new car or in his car? Another accident in his car. This is 7th. This is 7th. What next?
New car.
No, without new. This is 7th. he is always in hospital or paying fines. He needs to pay to a driver, but he's convinced he's a good driver. Let's go. He needs to pay for a driver, but he is convinced that he is a good driver. Let's go. Alright. So, Badger thinks, I can't do anything now. Badger thinks, I can't do anything now. But when the nights are short, we must talk to Toad. We must become sensible. No, he must become sensible. Now it's time for bed. Alright. Badger thinks. 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 I can't do anything now. I can't do anything now. Badger thinks. I can't do anything now. But when the night comes, but when the night are short, 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 but when night are short, we must talk to Toad. We must talk. We must. We must. We must. We must. We must. We. We must talk to so many T sound. The triple T, no, quote, must talk to Toad. TTT. But when the night are short, but when the night are short, but when the night are short, we must to talk. We must talk to Toad. 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 We must to Toad. We must talk 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 to Toad. Badger thinks. Badger thinks. I can't do anything now. But when
in English
night...
we have something called lenition. You don't have to pronounce the T at the end of must. For example, we use talk to Toad.
Really? Oh, then we must talk to Toad. Like this?
Nights are short, we must talk to Toad.
You're right. Okay. It's much easier now. We must talk to Toad. 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 Badger thinks, I can't do anything now. But when the night is short, we must talk to Toad. The nights are short.
Perfect. When a word ends in the same consonant that the next word starts with, for example the T in must and talk, you only need to pronounce the consonant at the beginning of that second word.
Got you. What is consonant? Ah. Ah. Yeah. Must talk to Toad. He must become sensible. He must become sensible. He must become sensible. He must become sensible. Now it's time for bed. 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 Badger thinks. Badger thinks. Badger thinks. Badger thinks, I can't do anything now. But when the nights are short, we must talk to Toad. He must be sensible. He must become sensible. He must become sensible. Now it's time for bed. Now it's time for bed. Okay. Badger thinks. Badger thinks. Badger thinks. I can't do anything now. But when the nights are short, we must talk to Toad. He must become sensible. Now it's for the bed. Now it's time for bed. Now it's time for bed. Now it's time for bed. Okay. Chapter 4. Mr. Badger. Mole and Rat wait a long time. Mole and the Rat wait a long time. Mole and the Rat wait for a long time. And finally they hear footsteps. The door opens a little. They see a nose and 2 sleepy eyes. Who is it? Says Badger. He is angry. Oh, Badger, says Rat. It's me, Rat. This is my friend Mole. We're lost in the snow. Oh, my dear Ratty, says Badger. Come in. Lost in the snow? In the wildwood? This isn't the kind of nights for small animal to be out, says Badger. No, says Badger. He takes them to the kitchen. He takes them to the kitchen. There is a fire burning in the fireplace. Badger gives dressing. Badger gives dressing gown and slippers. They sit in front of the fire while Badger prepares dinner for them. They are very hungry and they eat and eat. How old's Toad? Asks Badger. From bad to worse, says Rat.
He takes them to the room.
No. To the kitchen.
Oh.
From bad to worse, says Rat.
Kazu, how many languages do you speak? Keep TDS on but remove your earplugs, or switch off your sound.
Oh yeah. Smart. Nekuma, you're smart.
Nekuma, he won't listen to you because he only listens to kings. I got you, babe.
You're smart. 2 languages so far. Well, I barely could speak
WTF.
English, and I can speak
WTF.
Japanese. And well, that's it. However, what was it?
He can't
From
hear US
bad
help.
to worse. Okay, from bad to worse, says Rat. Another accident hit. Another accident in his.
We have no more power.
Another accident in his car. This is 7th. He is always in hospital or paying
His eyes are
fines.
closed too, so I can say anything.
Paying fines, and paying fines.
Germany will rule the world.
Paying fines.
We are the best.
He needs to pay. He needs to pay for a driver, but he's convinced.
Dude, you have bear box.
He's a good driver.
She is so nice, isn't she?
Genius, do you have any trouble with your some? I mean, at your work or at your workplace?
Ah, so you are a fan of hers. That explains
Next
a
one
lot.
is, well,
It's a stressful job, but I love it.
Badger thinks Badger thinks I can't do anything
well.
now. I can't do anything now, but when the nights
And I get to use multiple languages.
short, we must talk to toad. He must become sensible. Now it's
He
time
asked
for
me a
bed.
question but won't read my answer.
There you go.
WTF is this?
There you go. Nah, it's a stressful
A whole
job, but
scam.
I love it. Oh, nice. And it's paid very well. Oh, even better. And I get to use multiple languages. Oh, really? Japanese too? He asked me a question but won't read my answer. What the fuck is this? A whole scam? Chill, bro. Chill. I will read definitely.
Well,
nah.
at some point
So
people
you
have to ignore you.
well,
It's
some point
called
people
survival
have to
skills.
ignore you. It's called survival skill. Don't chill, genius. I will read your
Sorry,
comments.
I don't have the
Okay,
patience.
I will read your comments at some point. But first of all, I have to memorize it. Let me do it. But so far I memorized so good. Now it's time for bed. Yeah. And next one, he takes them to a room. He takes them to a room.
He takes them to
He
the
takes
kitchen.
them to a room. He takes them to a room. No. To a room. He takes them to a room. Nice try. Oh, excuse me. It is full of food for winter. Apples, turnips, potatoes, nuts, and honey.
Wasn't it
But
day
there are
kitchen
also
before
two
I am
little
confused?
beds. Mole and the rat get undressed and go to sleep. Wasn't a kitchen before I'm cursed. Confused. Okaeri. He takes them to a room. He takes them to a room. He takes them to a room. He takes them to a room.
Who
He
was
takes
that
them
Kazu?
to a room. He takes them to a room.
I heard a female.
He takes them to a room. He takes them
Is that your GF?
He takes them to a room. It is full of food. It is full of food for the winter. It is full of food
Kaz,
for the winter.
you have more than
It is
1,000
full
followers.
of food
At some
for the
point you
winter.
need to learn how to give
It is
people a
full of
timeout.
food for the winter. It is full. What is it?
The ninth burger.
No more burgers. I had enough burgers today. You know
LOL,
it.
don't listen
Why
to
are you
Nikuma.
pulling another burger for me? Are you crazy? Wait. What the fuck?
I'll take the burger. Ha ha ha, more burgers. Another burger.
You crazy? Another burger? Because I didn't eat dinner. Perhaps my parents worrying about me, but I had 8 burgers this lunchtime, so I don't want to eat anything at the moment. I'll take the burger. You can have my burger because you have more than 1,000 followers. At some point, you need to
Shut
learn
up and
how
give me
to
the
give
burger.
people a timeout. 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 Shut up and give me the burger. It's gone. He takes them to a room. 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 He takes them
My
to a
burger
room.
Q
He
underscore
takes them
Q.
to a room. He takes them to a room. He takes them to a room. There is full of food. No, it is full of food for winter. It is full of food for the 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 winter. He takes them to the room. He takes them to the room. he takes them to a room. He takes them to a room. It is full of food for the winter. よし。apples, turnips, potatoes, turnips, potatoes, nuts and honey. Apples, turnips, potatoes, apples, turnips, potatoes, nuts and honey, 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 nuts and honey. No, my burger, sorry. Nuts and honey, nuts and honey, nuts and honey. So they he takes them to a room. It is full of food for the winter. Apples, turnips, potatoes, nuts and honey. But there are also two little bits. 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 Mole and rat get undressed. Mole and rat get undressed and go to bed. Mole and rat get undressed and go to sleep. Mole and rat get undressed and go to sleep. Mole and rat get undressed and go to sleep. Mole and rat get undressed and go to sleep. Okay. Mole and rat get undressed and go to sleep. Before that is but there are also two beds. But there are also two little 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 beds. He takes them a little room. He takes them to a room. He takes them to a room. It is full of food for the winter. Apples, turnips, potatoes, nuts and honey. There are also two little beds. Rat and mole get undressed and go to sleep. But there are also two little beds. Mole and rat get undressed and go to sleep. Okay. Chapter 4. Mr. Badger. Rat and the mole. No, mole and the rat. Rat and the mole. Rat Chapter 4. Mr. Badger, Mole and the Rat wait for a long time, and finally they hear footsteps. The door opens a little. They see a nose and two sleepy eyes. Who is it? Says Badger. He is angry. He is angry. Oh, Badger, says Rat. It's me, Rat. This is my friend Mole. We were lost in the snow. My dear Ratty, says Badger. Come in. Lost in the snow? In the wildwood? This isn't kind of night. This isn't kind of night for small animals to be out. He takes them to a kitchen. There is a fire burning in the fireplace. Badger gives dressing gowns and slippers. They are sit in front of the fire while Badger prepares dinner for them. They are very hungry and they eat and eat. How old's Toad? Asks Badger. From bad to worse, says Rat. Another accident hit another accident in his car. This is 7th. He is always in hospital or paying fines. He needs to pay for a driver, but he convinced he is a good driver. Badger thinks. I can't do anything right now. But when the nights are short, we must talk to Toad. We must talk to Toad. And we must talk to Toad. Come on. Now. No, not now. We must talk to Toad. He must become sensible. Now it's time for bed. Come on. Okay. So he takes them to a room. It is full of food for the winter. Apples, turnips, potatoes, nuts and honey. But there's also two little beds. Rat and Mole get undressed and go to bed.
ハンバーガーファットファット。わらわら。
Let's go. Mole and the rat. Shit. He takes them to a room. Hamburger fat fat. なんて大丈夫か He takes them to a room. It is full of food for the winter.
Actually, you
Apples,
can plug in your
turnips,
earplugs
potatoes,
again.
nuts and honey. But there are also two little beds. Mole and the rat get
If a German comes back, you can
dressed
take
and
them
go
out
to
again.
sleep. Actually, you can plug in your earplugs again. If the German comes back, you can take them out again. Oh, okay.
全然大丈夫じゃねえ。頭おかしいだろうが。ダブル。
頭おかしい。誰の頭がおかしいんだよ。ね。
おいらの。
センセーションブラックの頭がおかしいの？やばいよ、それは。どこ？前頭葉？それともあれ？右脳？左脳？海馬？どこらへん？ Who is it? ここ。なるほど。前頭葉。3% repairs the household. Comes a lost in the snow. Yeah. Good.
People have driven me insane.
People have driven me insane. How that? What happened? The next morning, they get up. Very late, right? Mole and the rat get undressed and go to sleep. He takes them to a room. Yes. The next morning, they get up very late. People have driven me insane. So, some people treat you very bad. Am I right?
おめえのせいだろうバット。ダブル。
俺？
なんてね。
俺？なんてね。
Either that or they are utterly useless.
Live strong, sensation black. Live strong. We must live until the last moment. I'm
SAT in class and it's just so slow.
Oh, cheers. Thanks for the water. So slow, then you can study by yourself. Wait, I'm sat in class as
Hey, I gave you water earlier and you just ignored me.
as teacher.
I have to sit here and be patient.
Hold on. Okay, Nekuma. Cheers from 27 minutes ago. Still remember? I'm not ignoring you. Cheers. I have to sit here and be patient. Damn, that's stressful.
And you wonder why I'm getting jealous.
Why are you getting jealous? Now, in Europe, you're giving more drinks.
Another one.
Another one,
Of
thanks.
whom? Have to make sure you are adequately hydrated.
Adequately, nice word. Of whom? Jealous. Jealous of whom? The next morning, they get up very late. The next morning, they get up very late.
10000000 channel points for stopping your study. LOL.
If no one could achieve such amount of channel points, I believe. The next, well, that's for joke. Don't take seriously.
How can I join your Discord?
That's for
100万かよ。ダブル。
now you can join me. Actually,
Kaz knows. Yesterday there was a thing, and today as well. I see a pattern.
pattern of what? I give you
も
my.
ののダブル。
Tisk. Trust me. You don't want to join Kazu's Discord. He. Earl.
The next morning, they get up.
I definitely do. Hehe.
Thanks for joining. もののもの。100万だよ、100万。そうだよ。What kind of pattern? Say a pattern. I don't have any pattern. I'm so random. The next morning, they get up very late. The next morning, they get up very late. The next morning, they get up very late. They are eating breakfast in the kitchen. They are eating breakfast. They are eating breakfast in the kitchen. When the front door bells rings. When the front door bell rings. When the front door bell rings. When the front door bell rings. It's Otter. He's very happy to see Rat and the Mole. It's Otter. He is very happy to see Rat and the Mole. It's Otter. He is very happy to see Rat and the Mole. It's Otter. He is very happy to see Rat and the Mole. The next morning, they sleep until very late. The next morning, they get up very late. The next morning, they get up very late. They are eating breakfast. They are eating breakfast in the kitchen. They are eating breakfast in the kitchen. When the front door bell rings. It's Otter. He is very happy to see Rat and the Mole. Everybody on the river is very worried about you. Everybody on the river. Everybody on the river is very worrying about you. Everybody on the river is very worried about you. 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 Everybody on the river is very worried about you. Is very worried about you.
それから何年も経ちましたが、カズはまだ英語を勉強しているふりをしています。真実の時、この小さな悪党カズは完璧な英語を話します。シェイクスピア自身のように。騙すなよ、かわいいカズ。
なんだよそれ。なんだそれ。なんだそれを。The next morning, they get up very late.
No. Lack of effort. Too lazy.
The next morning, they get up very late. The next morning, they get up very late. They're eating breakfast in the kitchen when the front door bell rings. It's Otter. He's very happy to see Rat and the Mole. And everybody on the river is very worried about you, he says. The next morning, they get up very late.
I have to go, but good luck and good night.
No worries. Nice to see you today. Polyglot Mouse.
I am also worried about you, Kazu.
Good night. You also worried about me? Oh no, sorry. Thanks for following. Thanks for
Memorizing
following.
this useless thing will definitely take a toll on your brain.
This is not useless to do. It's not useless at all. This practice will give me a decent amount of. This practice will give me basics of English. So this practice is super important, in my opinion. This exercise is super important, in my opinion.
You are right, Kazu. I told you you are smart AF.
You are trying to troll me again, huh? No.
There go the earplugs.
I bet.
No.
They are. The next morning.
No.
The next morning, they get. The next morning,
Earplugs help.
they get up very late. They are eating breakfast in the kitchen. When the front door bell rings, it's Otter. He is very happy to see Rat and the Mole. Everybody on the river is worried about you, he says. Hey, let's go. Very well. Okay. So, what's the previous sentence? Badger thinks. Okay. Not Badger thinks. Let's no. He takes them to a room. He takes them to a room. It is full of food for the winter. Apples, turnips, potatoes, nuts, and honey. There is also 2 little beds. Rat and the mole. So Rat and the mole get undressed and go to bed. But there are also 2 little beds. Mole and the rat get undressed and go to bed. Go to sleep. The next morning, they get up very late. They are eating breakfast in the kitchen. And when the front door bell rings, it's Otter. He is very happy to see Rat and the Mole. Everybody on the river is very worried about you, he says. At that moment, Badger arrives. I think it's time for lunch, he says. During lunch, Otter and the Rat talk about the river. Mole tells Badger, I like your house. It's good to live underground. At that moment, Badger arrives. I think it's time for lunch, he says. At that moment, Badger arrives. At that moment, Badger arrives. I think it's time for lunch, he says. I think it's time for lunch. I think it's time for lunch. I think it's time for lunch.
WTF, I ordered Burger King over 1.5 hours ago and it's still not fucking here. WTF do I do?
Call. Riot. Call for riot. I think it's time for lunch.
I am calling RN.
Where's my fucking burger, you bastard? Like this. At that moment, Badger arrives.
I will say exactly that.
Oh, really? Oh, chill. At that moment...
Thank you for your help, Kazu.
No worries. My pleasure. At that moment, Badger arrives. At that
Something
moment,
is strange with
Badger
your webcam
arrives.
BTW. Is there a spider web going right through it?
Oh, no, this is a, the light from here. That's the light.
Oh. LOL, it's a spider web. He's right.
It's a light. Trying to read it, but...
Okay.
I can turn off the light if you want.
No. You
No?
telling me Jesus is reaching out to you?
Okay. At that moment, Badger arrives. I think it's time for lunch.
Turn off the light. Save money.
Oh yes, turn off the
Kaz, can I
computer.
give you an advice?
Yes, he says. At that moment, Badger
Lose the
arrives.
earplugs.
Lose.
No.
During lunch, you gotta focus. You gotta focus on your Burger King stuff. Genius. During lunch. During lunch. Otter
Kazu,
and the
don't
rat
lose the earplugs.
talk about the
You
river.
always listen to
Because
Nekuma.
don't lose the earplug.
Oh, true,
You
I
always
forgot.
listen to Nekuma.
LMFAO.
Oh, true.
BRB.
Forgot. During lunch, Otter and the rat talk about the river. Mo tells Badger. During lunch. During lunch. During lunch. During lunch. Otter and the rat talk about the river. During lunch, Otter and rat talk about the river. During lunch, Otter and the rat talk about the river. During lunch, Otter and the rat talk about the river. Mole tells Badger. Mole tells Badger. Mole tells Badger. Mole tells Badger. I like your house. I like your house. It's good to live underground. I like your house. It's good to live underground. I like your house. It's good to live underground. I like your house. It's good to live. It's good to live. It's good to live underground. At that moment, Badger arrives. I think it's time for lunch, he says. During lunch, Otter and the rat talk about the river. Talk about the river. Mole tells Badger, I like your house. It's good to live underground. It's good to live underground. It's good to. I like your house. It's good to live underground. At that moment, Badger arrives. I think it's time for lunch, he says. During lunch, Otter and the rat talk about the river. Mole says, I like your house. It's good to live. It's good to live underground. Mole tells Badger. Mole tells Badger. Mole tells Badger. Mole tells Badger. Yosh. What's the previous sentence? The next morning, they get up very late. They get up very late. They are eating breakfast in the kitchen when the front door bell rings. It's Otter. He is very happy to see Rat and the Mole.
I called.
Otter says, No. Everybody on the river is very worried about you.
They told me the thing I
says.
expected. It's on the way. WTF.
It's on the way. What the fuck? Really? How? I like your house. It's good to live. Everybody on the river is worried about you, he says. Sounds like the delivery guy
the driver started his shift a little later.
Lost his way.
That bitch.
Apparently the
I
driver
may
started
fight him.
his shift a little later. What?
He better come.
A little later? Ima fight him, the fat bitch. he better come.
Just kidding. I would just accept the
Just
food
kidding,
and apologize myself.
I would just accept the food and apologize myself. Good. But before, once you get the meal, you gotta better to check your meals by yourself.
What?
Make sure there's no make sure everything there. To make sure everything in the bag.
True.
It happens many times. No.
What if something is missing?
It happens
How do I
for
prove
many
it?
times. That's odd. I'm trying to say. They often forget to put some nuggets or chips
every single time.
or even drinks or maybe some wrong meals in the bag. What if something is missing? How do I prove it? Receipt. I always got what I ordered every single time. I guess I got lucky. Oh, and then should be fine. When I try to order something
so basically I can eat it
at
and
Burger
claim I
King
never got
or
it.
some kind of facility, no, some kind
Wow,
of
Kazu, you
some
are
same
teaching
kind
me how to
of
scam.
fast food chain.
You are so smart, man, I swear.
They often forget my chicken nuggets. Wow, you are teaching me how to scam. Yes. No worries, my pleasure, genius. I just forget what I memorized. I just forget what I memorized. Oh my, so so he's very happy, right?
See, no earplugs distraction. Nekuma, I beat you.
Oh my god. My brain is exhausted.
Germany FTW.
So, let me concentrate again. Dog fighting. Huh? So everybody on the river is very
Stop
worried about
dog
you,
fights.
he says.
Thank you, Kazu.
And at that moment, Badger arrives. I think it's lunch I think it's time for lunch. During lunchtime, no, during lunch, Otter and Rat talk about the river. Mole tells Badger, "I like your house. It's good. It's good to live underground." Underground. Thank you, guys. No problem. No, my pleasure.
Hi.
Hey, Dio. What's up, mate? How are you? Good evening.
Underground.
How's everything, sir? Underground. Badger is pleased that Mole likes his house. Yes, here it's safe, peaceful, and quiet. Badger is pleased that Mole likes his house. Yes, here it's safe, peaceful, and quiet. After lunch, Badger shows Mole. After lunch, Badger shows Mole. After lunch, Badger shows Mole his home. There are a lot of rooms and tunnels.
Weed is getting legalized to a certain amount in Germany.
They return to the kitchen.
If that law is already through, but that would explain a lot.
Weed is getting legalized to a certain amount in Germany. What? Really? I didn't know that. I wonder if that law is already through, but that would explain a lot. Badger is pleased that Mole likes his home, his house. Badger is pleased that Mole likes his house. Yes, here it's safe, peaceful, and quiet. After lunch, Badger shows Mole his home. There are lots of rooms and tunnels. They return to the kitchen. What? I'm trying to memorize it. So far, I memorized the chapter 3. Thanks. Cheers. Alright, so Badger is pleased that Mole likes his house. Yes, here it's safe, peaceful, and quiet. After lunch, Badger shows Mole his home.
Do you play Elden Ring too?
Do you play Elden Ring too? Yeah. I used to playing Elden Ring. But not right now. Why? Because DLC. There are a lot of rooms and tunnels. They return to the kitchen. I beat previous Elden Ring with two hammers.
DLC expensive?
2 hammers without armor. 2 gigantic hammer. Is DLC expensive? Oh, I think so. Will cost you around 50 pounds. But my current situation, I even can't play Elden Ring on stream due to my poor internet connection. So I'm thinking to play Elden Ring DLC next year.
I see.
Rat is Badger is very pleased. Badger is pleased that Mole likes his house. Yes, here it's safe, peaceful,
I can't
and
play
quiet.
'cause I can't of it.
After lunch, Badger shows Mole his home. There are lots
Weed
of
is legal in Germany.
rooms and tunnels.
We win
They
again.
go back to the kitchen.
Woo woo wee woo.
They return to the kitchen. They return to the game. I can't play because I can't afford it. Wait until discount. Discount. After lunch, Badger shows Mole his
It's
home.
$5.
Too expensive.
You
Wait
broke bitch.
for the discount. Broke bitch. $5.
Elden Ring 50 without DLC.
At that moment, Badger arrives. I think it's time for lunch, he says. During lunch, Otter and Rat talks about the river. Mole tells Badger, I like this house.
You forgot the zero and I am broke ominous genius.
I like your house. It's good to live underground. Dio, wait for the discount. Or you can play Dark Souls 3. They are also good. What else? Badger is pleased that Mole likes his house. Yes, here it's safe, peaceful, and quiet. Oh. After lunch, Badger shows Mole his home. There are lots of rooms and tunnels. They return to the kitchen. There you go. Ratty is wearing his coat. Come on, Mole. It's time to go, he says. We must go before night. He's worried. It's all right, says Otter. I'm coming with you. Ratty is wearing his coat. 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 Come on, Mole. Come on, Mole. It's time to go. Come on, Mole. Come on, Mole. It's time to go. He says, We must go before night. 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 He is worried. It's all right, says Otter. I'm coming with you. Ratty is wearing his coat. Ratty is wearing his coat. Come on, Mole. It's time to go, he says. We must go before night. We must go before night. He is worried. It's all right, says Otter. I come with you. I'm coming with you. I'm coming with you. With you. Ratty is wearing his coat. Come on, Mole. It's time to go, he says. We must go before night. He is worried. It's all right, says Otter. I'll come with you, he says. Previous sentence was Badger is pleased that Mole likes his house. Yes. Here
Kazu,
it's
you were
safe,
right, they didn't give me
peaceful,
drinks and they
and
didn't
quiet.
give me sauce. WTFFFF.
After lunch, Badger shows Mole his home. There are a lot of rooms and tunnels. They return to the kitchen. Rat is wearing his coat. Come on, Mole. It's time to go, he says. We must go before night. He's worried. It's all right, says Otter. I'm coming with you. 'Cause you were right. They didn't give me drinks.
Maybe
and
they were stoned.
They didn't give me sauce. Oh. Maybe they were stoned. Oh, really? I mean, is a real thing happening right now, or? I told you. I told you. Never believe those people, bro. Never believe those. Don't worry, Ratty, says Badger.
Mistake, Kaz.
What mistake?
Can I play Elden Ring using cloud gaming?
Cloud gaming? I don't know. Are you trying to pirate Elden Ring or what? No, don't try it.
Help.
Help what?
Don't. I am calling them, but Noon is picking up the phone.
Wait for the Black Friday, bro. I'm calling. Just forget your drink. You learn. At least you learned this time. Next time, don't forget to check your goods. Don't forget.
Elden Ring will wait till I save for Elden Ring.
Don't forget to check your order next time.
カズ、耳栓は外しておいてね。
I wanna play Elden Ring. We'll wait till I save, for Elden Ring.
Ring.
I will save enough
Fuck
for
this,
Elden
I am
Ring.
getting a refund. The Japanese line is way too polite in comparison to what I actually said.
Fuck this, I'm getting a refund. The Japanese line is way too polite in comparison to what I actually said. Yeah, true. Mine isn't. この野郎 contacting people. Hey, come on, it's just a drink. You are paying for your experience, don't worry. Not for drink, but your experience. It's more important. Experience taxes. Don't worry, Ratty. 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 Don't worry, Ratty, says Badger. My tunnels go to the my. Don't worry, Ratty. 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 Says Badger.
Great. Kaz
My
became a
tunnels
cheerleader.
go to the edge of the wood. My tunnel go to the edge of the wood. My tunnels go to the edge
ラッ
of
テ
the
ィ心
wood.
配しないで。
My
バド部屋が言
tunnels
っ
go
た。
to the edge of the wood.
Tunnels
go to the edge of the wood. ラティ、心配しないで、バジャーが言った。おお、その通り。Perfect. Cheerleader. Leader. My tunnels go to the edge of the wood. He picks up a lantern and takes them down he picks up a lantern and takes them down a long tunnel. He picks up a lantern and takes them down a long tunnel. He picks up a lantern and takes them down a long tunnel. After a long time, they see daylight. Don't worry, Ratty. Don't worry, Ratty, says Badger. My tunnels go to the edge of the wood. He picks up a lantern and takes them down a long tunnel. After a long time, they see a daylight. Can I take break? After how many left? Last two. Alright, I can do that. Don't worry, Rat. Don't worry, Rat, says Badger. My tunnels. Don't worry, Rat, says Badger. My tunnels. Don't worry, Rat, says Badger. My tunnels on the edge of the wood. My tunnels go to the edge of the wood. He picks up a lantern and a stick. He picks up a lantern and takes them down a long tunnel and takes them down a long tunnel and takes them down a long tunnel. He picks up a lantern. He picks up a lantern and takes them down a long tunnel. After a long time, they see daylight. After a long time, they see daylight. After long time, they see daylight. After a long time, they see daylight. Don't worry, Ratty, says Badger. My tunnels go to the edge of the wood. He says, no, wood. He picks up a lantern and takes them down a long tunnel. After a long time, they see daylight. Don't worry, Ratty. Don't worry, Ratty, Don't worry, Ratty, says Badger. My tunnels go to the edge of the wood.
This
He
is the
picks
first
up
time they didn't
a
give me my full
lantern
order. Kazu, you cursed me.
take them down and take them down a long tunnel. Take them down to a long tunnel. After a long time, they see sunlight. They take and takes them lantern and takes them and takes them and takes them down a long takes them and takes them down a long tunnel. This is the first time they didn't give me my full order, cause you cursed me. Genius. That's a life. That's the life, genius. You must live with it. That's the life. You must come along with. Don't worry, Ratty, says Badger. Don't worry, Ratty, says Badger. My tunnels go to the edge of the wood. He picks up a lantern and take them down a long tunnel. After a long time, they see sunlight. Rat is wearing his coat. Come on, Mole. It's time to go, he says. We must go before night. He is worried. It's all right. It's all right, says Otter. I'm coming with you. Don't worry, Ratty, says Badger. My tunnels go to the edge of the wood. He picks up a lantern. And take them down a long tunnel. After a long time, they see sunlight. There you go. Last one. They are on the edge of the wood. They are on the edge of the wildwood. They are on the edge of the wildwood. They are on the edge of the wildwood. They are on the edge. They are on the edge of the wildwood. They are on the edge of the wildwood. Badger says goodbye and goes away quickly. 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 Otter takes them to the river. Otter takes them to the river. Mole is very happy to be home. Mole is very happy to be home. Mole is very happy to be home. They are on the edge of the wild wood. They are on the edge of the wild wood. Badger says goodbye and goes away quickly. Otter takes them to the river. 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 Mo is very happy to be home. 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 They are on the edge of the wood. They are on the edge of the wild wood. Badger says goodbye and goes away quickly. Otter takes them on the river. Mo is very happy to be home. They are on the edge of the wildwood. Badger says goodbye and turns around, goes away quickly. Otter takes them on the river. Mo is very happy to be home.
Penis.
Hey, David, what's up? How are you? Don't worry, Ratty, says Badger.
I'm good, just bored. You bought TDS back.
My tunnels go to the edge of the wood. He picks lantern and take them down.
Finally right, David.
A long tunnel. After a long time, the sun they see sunlight. They are on the edge of the wild wood. Badger says goodbye and goes away quickly.
Yeah.
Otter take them on the river. Mo is happy to be home. Mo is very happy to be home. Yeah. All right, finished. So now I'm going to read from chapter 1 to chapter 4 non-stop. The Wind in the Willows. Chapter 1. The Riverbank.
Wow. Let's go.
It is spring, and the mole is it is spring, and the mole is cleaning. It is spring, and the mole is cleaning his little house. He is working very hard, and he is very tired. Suddenly, he decides to stop. He wants to go outside. He goes up a small tunnel and arrives outside and arrives outside in a meadow. This is nice, he thinks when he arrives in the sunlight. This is better than cleaning. He is very happy. He crosses meadows and woods. He sees rabbits, birds, and a lot of
LOL.
other animals. They are all working hard. Finally,
He forgot and is
arrives
just making
at the
stuff
river.
up now.
He sits down on the grass. I'm not making stuff. No, I'm not. I'm not making stuff. You can.
Earl.
Where is it? You can check. From start. Are you ready? I'm going to start again. So check my errors. Please check my errors. If you want. The wind in the willows. Chapter 1. The riverbank. It is spring, and the mole is cleaning his little house. He is working very hard, and he is very tired. Suddenly, he decided to stop. He wants to go outside. He goes up a small tunnel and arrives outside in a meadow. This is nice, he thinks when he arrives in the sunlight. This is better than cleaning. He is very happy.
Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. The acting.
He crosses meadows and woods. He sees rabbits, birds, and a lot of other animals. They are all working hard. Finally, he arrives at the river. He sits down on the grass. The water rat comes out of his hole in the riverbank. He sees Mole. Hello, Mole, he says. Would you like to come over? Hello, Rat. Yes, I would. But how? Replies Mole. I can come and get you in my boat. Rat gets into a little boat and crosses the river. Mole gets into the boat. This is wonderful, he says. This is my first. Says Mole. This is my first time in a boat. Your first time, says Rat. There's nothing better than boats. Let's go for a picnic. Oh, yes, please, replies Mole. Rat rat return. Rat gets into his house. Rat gets into his house and returns with a big basket full of food. They go down the river in the boat. Rat tells Mole about life on the river and his neighbors, the otters, kingfishers, and the moorhens. Mole sees wood in the distance. What's over there? Mole asks Mole. That's the wildwood. That's the wildwood, replies Rat. We don't go there often. Are they people nice there? Asks Mole. Well, replies Rat. Rabbits and what? Rabbits and the squirrel. Well, replies Rat. Well, the squirrels and rabbits are all right, and there's Badger. He's nice, but weasels, stoats, and foxes, oh, you must be careful with them. They stop for their picnic, and the Mole unpacks the basket. Soon, the otter arrives. Hello, Otter, says Rat. This is my friend, Mr. Mole. Pleased to meet you, says Otter to Mole. Suddenly, the Badger appears, and the Rat invites him to the picnic. But Badger turns around and goes away. Badger hates company, says Rat. We don't see him often. But look, there's Toad on the river in his new boat. It's Toad's new hobby, says Otter. Yes, says Rat. First, it was sailing. Then, it was houseboating. He changes his hobby all the time. Mole waves to Toad, but Toad doesn't stop. Rat and the Mole return to Rat's house in the boat. Rat invites Mole to stay with him, and the Mole is very happy. Chapter 2: The Open Road. One summer morning, Mole and the Rat decide to visit Mr. Toad. They get in the boat and up to the river. Toad rich, you know, says Rat. Is Toad very nice? Asks Mole. Oh, yes, replies Rat. He's very nice. He isn't very intelligent, but we can't all be clever. Sometimes he's boastful and arrogant, but he got some good qualities. Soon they arrive at the Toad Hall. They pass by a boating house. It is full of boats. They are all out of the water. It seems Toad isn't interested in boating anymore. I wonder what his new hobby is. I wonder what his new hobby is, says Rat. Rat and Mole get out of the boat and walk across the gardens of Toad Hall. They see Toad in the garden. He is looking at a big map. He is very pleased to see Rat and Mole. Hello, Toad, says Rat. This is my friend Mole. Oh, splendid. Oh, splendid, cries Toad. Pleased to meet you. Pleased to meet you. Come and see my new hobby. He showed them a gypsy caravan. It is yellow and green with a red wheels. It is real life, cries Toad. The open road. Travel. Change. Interest. Excitement.
A sneeze coming up, or are you goofing off?
Look inside. Everything there. We've got everything for our journey this afternoon. Cheers. A sneeze coming up, or
you sound like the Joker.
No. You sound like the Joker, really. Appreciate it. This afternoon. Excuse me. We are this afternoon? Asks Rat. Oh yes, Ratty. I can't go without you, says Toad. Oh, Rat, it's so exciting, says Mole. Very well, says Rat. Let's go. After lunch, they go to the paddock, and catch the old grey horse. Then they set off on the road. It is lovely afternoon, and the birds whistle at them, and the passers-by say, "Good afternoon." In the evening, they stop and eat a simple meal. Then they go to bed. Next morning, then go to bed. The next morning, Toad sleeps until very late. So, the next morning, Toad sleeps. Toad sleeps until very late. So, Mo walks to the nearest village. He buys milk and eggs for the breakfast, and Rat lights a fire and washes the dinner plates from the night before. They are very tired after this hard work. Finally, Toad gets up. Life on the road is very easy. Says Toad. Well, he says. Rat and Mole walk along after breakfast. After breakfast, they set off on the road. No. After breakfast, they set off. They are walking along. They are walking along on the road. They are walking along the road. When suddenly a magnificent motor car drives past. The horse is frightened and pulls the caravan off. And pulls the caravan off the road into the ditch. Caravan is ruined. Rat is furious. "You villain! Please help!" he shouts. But Toad sits in the middle of the road. He's staring in the direction of the motor car. "Poop, poop," he says. "Poop, poop." Rat and Mole try to pull the caravan out of the ditch, but they can't. Rat asks, Can you help us, Toad? Poop, poop, replies Toad. Now, that's the real way to travel, the only way. The caravan is ruined. They must return home by train. The next day, Toad buys a big and very expensive motor car. Where's the chapter 2? Huh? The open road is chapter 2 and chapter 3 is chapter 3. Chapter 3 is what they call chapter 3? I forgot. Chapter 3. I forgot chapter 3. Chapter 3 is called not the open road. Chapter 3. Chapter 3. The Wildwood. One summer morning, Mole wants to meet Badger. Could you ask him here for dinner? Asks Mole. He wouldn't come, replies Rat. He hates company. Well, can we go and call on him? Asks Mole. Oh no, replies Rat. He is very shy. And also, he lives in the middle of the wildwood. It is clear that Rat doesn't want to go visit Badger. It is winter time, and the Rat sleeps a lot. He's sleeping in his armchair in front of the fire. So Mole decides to go and explore the wildwood and meet the Badger. He goes outside. It is very cold and the sky is grey. He is very happy when he arrives when he arrives the wildwood, and he is not frightened. Then he sees faces, hundreds of faces, little faces with hard eyes. With hard eyes. Mole is frightened. Mole is frightened. And leaves the path. In a panic, Mole starts to run. In a panic, Mole starts to run. He doesn't know where. Finally, he hides inside of the hollow of an old tree. Rat wakes up and looks for Mole, but he's not there. Mole's hat and boots are gone. He goes outside. He goes outside and sees footprints. Or he sees footprints. No, he goes outside and sees footprints. They are going in direction. They are going in direction of wildwood. Of the wildwood. Rat is worried. Rat is worried. Rat is worried. He goes back into his house. He goes back into the house. He takes 2 pistols and a big stick. And a big stick. And sets off for the wildwood. He also sees little faces. He also sees a lot of little faces. He also sees little faces, a lot of little faces. He also I'm not sure about that. I think lots of. He also sees little faces with hard eyes. But they disappear immediately. When they see his pistols and the stick. Rat hunts for an hour. Molly, where are you? It's me, Rat. Finally, he hears a cry. Ratty, is that really you? I'm so frightened, he says. Rat sees mole under the tree. Rat sees mole under the tree. Come on. You must, Mole. You mustn't come into the wildwood alone. We animals from the riverbank always come in couples. But he says, but brave Mr. Toad isn't frightened of the wood. He says. No, well, Mole says Mole. Rat laughed. Toad, he wouldn't come here for a hatful of gold. But now we must leave for home before night comes. Rat looks around. It's snowing, and everything looks so different in the snow. In the snow. They set off barely, but after 2 hours, they stop for rest. For a rest. The snow is very deep, and they are very tired and wet. We are very tired, says Rat. Let's find a dry cave or hole. Then we can rest before trying again. They look for shelters. Suddenly, Mole falls down. Oh, my leg! He cries. Poor Mole, says Rat. He looks at the cut on Mole's leg. This is a cut from metal, not a branch. Rat starts to dig in the snow. Hooray! He shouts. What is it? Asks Small. They see a little green door. A bell is hanging next to it. Under the bell is written Mr. Badger. Rat hits the door with his stick, and Mole rings the bell. Chapter 4. Mr. Badger. Mole and Rat are waiting for a long time. Mole and Rat wait for a long time. Finally, they hear footsteps. The door opens a little. The door opens a little. They see a nose. They see a nose and two sleepy eyes. Who is it? Says Badger. He is angry. Oh, Badger, says Rat. It's me, Rat. This is my friend. This is my friend Mole. We're lost in the snow. My dear Ratty, says Badger. Come in. Lost in the snow? In the wildwood? This isn't the night. This isn't kind of night for small animals to be out. He takes them to the kitchen. There is a fire burning in the fireplace. There's a fire burning in the fireplace. Come on. There's fireplace. Fireplace. Badger gives dressing gowns and Slippers. Slippers. Slipper. They are sit in front of the fire while Badger prepares dinner for them. They are very hungry and they eat and eat. How old's Toad? Asks Badger. From bad to worse, says Rat. Another accident in his car. This is 7th. He is always in hospital and paying he is always in hospital or paying fine. He needs to pay for a driver, but he convinced he is a good driver. Badger thinks. Badger thinks. I can't do anything right now. Can't do anything right now. But when winter something. But when I know it calls Badger. Rat says another accident in his car. Badger thinks I can't do anything, but when the night are short. But when nights are short, we must talk to Toad. We must to talk Toad. He must become sensible. Now it's time for sleep. The next morning, they get up very late. The next morning they get up very late. The next morning they get up very late. The next morning they get up very late. They are they're eating breakfast.
Earl.
They're eating breakfast in the kitchen. They're eating breakfast in the kitchen. What is this? They're eating breakfast in the kitchen. When the
This
front door bell rings, Otter arrives.
If you don't learn English.
Come on. It's Otter. In the kitchen, right? If you don't learn English. Alright. I'll check later. I'm almost finished. Breakfast in the kitchen when the front door bell rings. It's Otter. He is very pleased to see Rat and Mole. Everybody on the river is very worried about you. He says.
I'll be back when I finish watching this YouTube video.
Poke
poke.
At the moment, Badger arrives. At that moment, Badger arrives. At the moment, Badger arrives. I think it's time for lunch. I think it's time for lunch. Lunch. During lunch. How are you? I think during lunch. During lunch, Otter and Rat talk about the river. Mole tells Badger, I like your house. It's good to live. It's good to live underground. I like your house. It's good to live. Badger is happy to. Badger is very pleased. Badger is happy. Badger is pleased that Mole likes his home or his house. Likes his house. Badger is pleased that Mole likes his house. Yes. Here it's safe, peaceful and quiet. After lunch, Badger shows Mole his home. There are a lot of rooms and tunnels. They are returned They return to the kitchen. Rat is wearing his coat. Mo, come on, Mo. It's time to go. He says, we must go before night come. He's worried. It's all right, says Otter. I will come with you. Don't worry, Ratty, says Badger. My tunnels go to the edge of the wild wood. Go to the edge of the wood. Go to the edge of the wood. Go to the edge of the wild wood. He picks up a lantern and takes them to a long tunnel. After a long time, they see a sunlight. They return to the kitchen. After lunch, Ratty is wearing his coat. Come on, Mo, it's time to go. Don't worry. It's all right, says Otter. I'm coming with you. Don't worry, Ratty, says Badger. My tunnels go to the edge of the wood. He picks up lantern and takes them down a long tunnel. After a long time, they see sunlight. They are on the edge. They are on the edge of the wildwood. Badger says goodbye and goes away quickly. Otter takes them on the river. Mo is happy to be home. Mo is very happy to be home. I'm done. Chapter 4 finished.